Alexander, I know you've had some big fights already, but main event, that sort of thing. But this being on this massive pay-per-view, 3 title fights, does it feel like a big fight for you?
Absolutely. So excited for this fight and to get the opportunity to fight another former title challenger, the third in a row. It's amazing. And fighting Thiago, it's a great opportunity to me to show the UFC that I am coming for the title.
Yeah. Was there any part of you, I know you would never wish anything bad on another fighter, but was there any part of you that thought, maybe I'll sneak in and fight Jan this week, something will happen to Adesanya, or maybe the card will get changed up. These times are crazy right now.
Yes, of course. I had it in my mind, and my coaches told me also, with this COVID thing, maybe you're going to step up, and I say, okay, perfect, I'm going to do it, I'm going to be ready for 5 rounds. I did a hell of a camp and ready to go.
Did you spend any part of your training kind of getting ready for Jan, or no?
Yeah, we did always, sometimes we put an extra round, you never know, So, but then when I wrote on the interviews that Glover was going to be the backup, then I told myself, okay, the chance is going to be very low to get a fight in round. Yeah.
So you talk about ahead to, former title challenger. A lot of people think he beat Jon Jones, but he has had 2 losses in a row now. So what do you make of him? Do you feel like he's still that same guy that almost beat Jon Jones?
Yes. Santos came out with the fight against Jones with 2 broken knees, I would say, and he did surgery on both of those. And he did a long layoff, and I know how does it feel because I had also 2 knee surgeries, and I know how long does it take to heal. Not only you can be the physical part can get it done really early, but the mental part gonna be long. And then the fight against Glover, you saw in that fight a little bit ring rust, but still dangerous. He dropped Glover 2 or 3 times, I don't know, and then Glover finished him. And I'm expecting now a motivated Santos because he lost the last 2 in a row, and he's gonna come forward with some capoeira things, flying knee jumps, But anyways, I'm ready for it.
Yeah. You used the word dangerous. I was going to ask you, up at the top of the light heavyweight division, you guys are all monsters, but is he one of the most dangerous guys up there?
Everybody's dangerous. He has his strong sides, and he has all his weaknesses, like all of those guys has. We're gonna find out on Saturday.
Yeah. And I wonder, do you feel like this is a moment? I know it's your career, but this feels like the light heavyweight division may be changing. You look at guys like you, Prohaska, and Ankalaev. Do you feel like this is kind of a moment where you're getting this switch, basically this new generation?
Absolutely, the new era is coming, and we are those guys that you named, and the other guys, they're like under 30 or 30. So I'm 29, and soon we are gonna take over, and one of those guys gonna fight for the title.
Yeah. Last thing for me, you said former title challenger 3 in a row. You win this fight. Do you feel like people need to be talking about you as for the title next?
Absolutely, absolutely. I need to make a great performance on Saturday, and like I do always, I need to let the UFC know that I'm coming for the title, and I want it so bad.
Do you think there's an advantage in fighting on the same card as the title fight because it puts you guys together in the eyes of the UFC?
Absolutely. I think maybe the UFC put it in purpose. So, anyways. I win against Santos, and I'm gonna be like first row seating and watching, pay attention, and it's a very good move from the UFC.
Do you have a preference for which guy wins that title on Saturday?
My thoughts are 50-50, but I think if it goes to the distance, Adesanya are gonna win, and I think if it comes to the clinch and grappling area, Jan gonna take this in his favor. He's a strong dude, and he's gonna be probably had more weight than Israel. So let's see how Israel defend those takedowns and everything else. And
which would you rather fight?
Honestly, I would like to fight Israel. He's a bigger name. All the respect to Jan, he's a champion. You know, he's a bigger name. He's a middleweight champion. To fight him and to win against him and take all his legacy would be great.
Alex, right here. You grew up playing soccer, as many people in your part of the world do. That's obviously still king, the sport of soccer and football, but what's the trend you're seeing as far as MMA in Central Europe? Are there more kids training in it now?
I'm still on it, you know, to make MMA popular in in the country where I live, in Vienna, Austria. My roots are from Serbia. I mean, the former Yugoslavia, and the MMAs they're quite big, and I think after this win and when I get the title, it's gonna be huge there, and I'm really working forward to make MMA great in Austria, and not only in Austria, in whole Europe. You know, like for example, Conor did to Ireland.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that. Like, obviously, you know, you're fighting to get the belt, and you know, individual accolades, individual recognition. But how important is it to you to kind of show people in your, you know, your part of the world that, you know, a fighter from this area can become UFC champion?
It's very important because the people in Austria still think when they see MMA and they still think it's a brutal sport, a bloody sport. I mean, they don't even know that it's a sport. They say it's fighting, but it's the hardest sport in the world. You need to do so many things. You need to train so many things, so many other sports to get into the octagon. And thus, they didn't even realize now. Sorry. And I took this on my shoulders, and I want to make the sport big there.
Thanks, man.
Alexander, right here. We're hearing that Adesanya, he's talking about, you know, I could win the 205 title Saturday and then go up to heavyweight, maybe fight Steve or John Jones. If that were to happen, what do you think should happen at 205?
They should put an interim title as soon as possible then, because you cannot defend 3 titles in a row. You cannot you cannot defend middleweight, light heavyweight, and then going for the heavyweight. I mean, we are guys waiting, you know, for our shot, and this would be disrespectful for us.
And for that interim title, you and Glover, or do you think it should?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Thank you.
Glover's actually weighing in on Friday to serve as a backup. Was that offered to you at all? Because he said he didn't want to fight. He only wants to fight for the title.
Yeah, no, never. I saw it on the media that Glover is going to be a backup fighter, and before that, like I said, I was still hoping something has happened. I'm going to step in, but then I saw this, and yeah, it's a good move from the UFC, and all hats off of Glover. He deserved the title shot. He's the #1 contender, you know. But after I beat Santos on Saturday in spectacular form, the UFC need to give an eye on me.
Alexander, in terms of danger and finishing ability between opponents you've fought so far, do you think Thiago Santos is the most dangerous out of everyone you've fought?
Yeah, probably. He's very dangerous with his kicks, his strikes. He's very explosive, and I had some dangerous guys also, like Jimmy and Volkan, and there are those top elite fighters, you know. And like I said, Santos is the 3rd former title challenger in a row, and this is something, you know. So we are all dangerous in this sport, and all dangerous especially in the top 15, you know. But anyways, UFC is the best league in the world, and the best fighters are there. So everything can happen, and yeah. Thank you, Brian. My name is.
It's funny because I asked him, I was like, yeah, which records that he would fight, and he expected he thought was going to win, and then what I did, I was like, oh, I could just ask all of them this and then make a video of it. And I was like, thanks, dude.
The prediction?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what a lot of us are.
Yeah, I literally was not thinking it until he started predicting. I was like, I should probably ask these guys.
We used to a lot of those at BJJ. It feels kind of weird when it's group settings, but now that this is only us.
Exactly. Like, the idea of going back to the G day feels like a heart attack waiting to happen. Fucking people jumping into the voice. Then walking out of restaurants up here to stage.
What? What do you say?
Saying people are these days, yeah.
I don't want to go back to the old Navy day. Oh, I don't mind it.
I'm kind of so used to
I don't want to go back either.
I would
It's
like
so
them.
much more organized this way, less stress.
If they're going to go back to media, I'd like them to have like the athletes with their names, and then you all go one by one down the line. That's structured.
So it's just in a row?
Yeah. So they just have to. I mean, the athletes would be like, want to fucking kill themselves.
So like the red carpet on the Hall of
Yeah,
Fame?
there you go. Exactly like that.
Because you know, 2020 was kind of a weird year for everybody. But you ended up on a 3-5 winning streak. Kind of feels like you have some momentum. So where do you feel like you're at in your career right now? What everything is happening?
I feel like I'm exactly where I should be. Like you said, 2020 was a good year for me. It wasn't the best year for everybody, but I consider it one of my best years of my life. And, you know, what happened in 2020 is the reason I'm in this position. And you know, sometimes an opportunity not to even capitalize on it. I feel like that's what I did in 2020. So here we are.
Yeah, and now kind of matched up with, a legend, you know, former champ. I mean, when this fight came across your desk, you know, what were the thoughts of getting this matchup?
You know, I started watching Dominick probably back in like 2011. To get that name was pretty surreal. And like you said, I feel like I'm in the exact position I should be. Dominick Cruz is the kind of guys that I got into the sport to fight. And you know, what a better way to take out a legend.
Yeah. It was funny, I saw a lot of people asking if you felt disrespected being on the prelims. What about you? You feel like you're a pay-per-view main card fighter now?
Yeah, I mean, shoot, the featured bout on the prelims is a step up for me, so I'm pumped with that. But, you know, like you said in an interview, we all get paid the same, no matter where we're at in the card. And you know, the featured bout on the prelims is a good spot to be in. So I'm still working my way up, you know, maybe a main card next fight.
And I'm curious how you prep for a guy like Dominick, right? Like you said, I mean, you've seen him forever, you know what he's about, but there's no, like, recent footage on him because he has these extended layoffs. You know, it's like one fight in 5 years. So how do you prep for a guy like that?
You know, any fighter that I prepare for, first thing I do is prepare myself, sharpen everything that I have and everything that I've been working for, working towards. So obviously at this level, we got to take in the fact that guys like Dominick Cruz are a little bit unique. I think he was very unique 5-10 years ago, but guys switching stances, doing their footwork, all that stuff, that is something that I've been seeing my whole career almost. So preparation was, you know, pretty similar, trying to get some of the best looks I could for Dominick, but mainly sharpen myself.
Yeah. You win this fight, it's a big moment, right? So what do you feel like? You start talking about contendership and that sort of thing?
Yeah, I don't think this fight puts me in the title contention, but it puts me right in the direction I need to be. You know, I knock off 3 fights this year, and I win all 3. You know, I should be knocking at that title door.
Nice. Last thing for me, what kind of fight do you think you see here? I mean, on paper, it looks like it could be a fight of the night type kind of fight. Are you expecting that, or do you feel like you can go in there and dominate?
Yeah, I said a while ago in my career, you know, the way I fight, if you survive, it's going to be a fight of the night, and if you don't, I'm looking at a performance bonus on a knockout or submission. So the same thing goes for Dominick Cruz.
Were you surprised Dominick took this fight? Because before the Cejudo fight, he was kind of like, I just want to fight with Charlotte or nothing. So are you surprised that then he took the fight with you following that?
I think that if he wants to actually make a title run, you know, I'm a good guy to start with. You know, the top 15 is bantamweight, the top 20, top 30. You know, any of those guys could be title champions, or in the future. So if he wants to make a real title run, instead of just jumping into a title shot, maybe take out a couple of contenders to make sure that he is, another contender for the title still.
I mentioned there's not a lot of footage out there on him, but we did see him against Henry Cejudo, and in that fight, it did seem like Cejudo was getting kind of some good fortune with the leg kicks. Is that a strategy that you looked at for? Thank you very much, Henry.
I can't let you in on all my secrets, but that's a pretty good assumption there. Dominick, he didn't look much different in his last couple of fights, like the Garbrandt, the Cejudo, the Dillashaw, compared to 5-10 years ago. He looks like the same type of guy. Obviously, he's got a high fight IQ. I'm expecting, maybe some curveballs in there as well. But Dominick Cruz has his style, and it really hasn't changed much in the last 5-10 years.
You mentioned that he's one of those guys that you sort of grew up watching. And you sort of anticipated the moment. I can only imagine how surreal it's going to be when you're in a cage. You go, "Oh, that's Dominick Cruz."
Yeah, I've had a couple of those moments since I've been a part of the UFC. I think my first one was when Bruce Buffer first announced my fight in there. And, but I'm a competitor, and I've been competing my entire life and put in the big stage in front of big names, and I've always shined bright. And I don't see anything different for Saturday.
Last one for me. Outside your own fight, there's obviously a big blockbuster main event this Saturday. What's your thoughts on it? Your prediction? Who's winning? Israel or Jan Blachowicz?
Man, I'm gonna go Jan. I'm gonna go against his. Keep the champ out of there.
Okay, so given your connections to Tucson, how far back? Can you remember the first time you had any interaction with Dom in your MMA career?
or before?
You know, when I made it to Tucson, I think Dom was in San Diego. You know, I showed up in Tucson, I think 2012. You know, he was already UFC champion, all that stuff, and he was training in Alliance. I think he did pretty much most of his career over there. He left Tucson pretty early in his career. So I never actually came across him in Tucson, or I think he's called a couple of my fights, but that's the only interaction I've had with him. I wouldn't even call that an interaction, you know. I've heard him.
And then, given there's a title fight in your weight class on the same card you're fighting on, was it important to get on this card specifically so you could be on the same timeline as all of these contenders moving forward?
Yeah, after the Fight Island fight, I was pushing for December 12th because that was the original date for the bantamweight title, and that was my whole reason for being on December 12th. You know, trying to get another one there at the end of the year too, but it worked out. You know, the fight got moved, and I'm still on the bantamweight title card.
Was there any thought in your mind, like, say someone gets hurt, I'm on the win streak between me and Dom, I might be the one to jump and slide into that title fight?
You know, I'm definitely not the one that's making that decision, but I would definitely step in and fight Jan or Sterling, no problem.
Who do you think wins that fight?
Man, I'm gonna go Jan. I kind of want to fight Jan someday. I think that'd be a fan favorite fight and a fun fight for me. So hopefully he keeps the belt. Thank you guys.
I know, so we go beyond.
I know, I'm so confused. I was like,
That's me.
It's been there for a little bit, but I don't think anybody drank from it.
I unfortunately grabbed someone else's gallon of water just earlier, so I think I'm done drinking a hundred.
61 in your last 7, and the one loss came to a guy that happens to be pretty dang good. What do you feel like? Where do you stand in your career? Kind of what's clicking right now? Because it's a nice run of success for you.
I don't obsess over those numbers. I don't obsess over the loss or the wins. Or this is news to me. I just enjoy every single moment that I'm in front of you guys and inside the cage and eating. And man, I just stopped trying. Stop trying to get knockouts. Stop trying to be perfect. Stop trying to do all this stuff. And now I'm open, free to perform. And knockouts are seem to be happening.
Was there a moment that you realized that that's what you needed to do?
Right, yeah. I had to think back, when I was competing in Muay Thai as an amateur, and why, I was laying people out then, and why not now? And man, it's somehow turned into a job in my 20s, and I thought I had to suffer. And the suffering showed in the cage. Then I went back to just having fun and not caring about the outcome, and just performing martial arts and having fun with it. And then that's when knockouts started happening. And so I had to practice the happiness, but now it's actually true coming.
You're in an incredibly deep division, obviously, but I mean, the numbers that you put together, the knockouts that you've done, I mean, do you feel like maybe people aren't giving you the type of respect that you deserve, and would you like a little more attention to your accomplishments?
I want the attention. I want the eyes. I want the excitement. I want to be able to be in a main event in front of millions of people. I want people to be excited about my fights. But do I expect the respect? No. I want to earn it. And with my fight with Islam Makhachev, this is my opportunity to earn the respect, earn the eyes, earn the fans, and so I can showcase more in my next one.
Yeah. It's interesting, right? Because this is the guy that it feels like nobody really wants to fight, but you seem to kind of welcome this fight. So why is that this is the kind of boogeyman that nobody wants? And you said, that's the guy, give him to me.
Chasing challenges is something I've done since I got into the sport. I'm not here to have a picture-perfect record and sneak to the title. I chase failure, and through failure, I rise to the occasion. I get glorious wins, and this is how I sleep comfortable with myself at night. The fact that I did everything I possibly could in this sport, and fighting Islam Makhachev is something that really excites me. It's a challenge.
What do you think about him as a fighter? And I think part of it is his connection to Khabib, and so he's got kind of this aura about him or whatever. But I mean, when you just look at the skills themselves, I mean, is he deserving of this hype as some people say, future champion?
I mean, technically, he's super technically sound. I think he's a little bit more methodical than Khabib. And so I can see where the hype and respect comes from. Do I entirely believe that he earned it, or are people giving it to him? I'm not quite sure. So I get to see his temperament and his personality come weigh-ins, and then the first round of that fight, I get to see truly if he lives up to the hype.
Yeah, it sounds like you don't force the issue so much, but when you see this fight playing ahead of you, do you feel like you can get another knockout, keep the streak going, or do you feel like you got to be in for a grind?
I train for a fight of the night, but I expect a performance of the night. So in my mind, I've been willing to grind for 15 minutes or 3 rounds of the fight, and I get to find out if he can keep up.
Nice. Last thing for me, I think anybody that knows the sport knows that this guy is dangerous, but he doesn't necessarily maybe have the name, the fans, that sort of thing. So a win here, what do you feel like you deserve? I mean, do you feel like you deserve some top names, or do you feel like this might be one where you don't jump up the rankings as much as you might like to?
I want bigger, better challenges, and so if I finish this fight fantastically, I'd love to fight RDA as a main event this summer. I think I'm deserving of former champions, the top guys, and all that stuff. And I want more eyes on my fights, so main event would be great. I want to fight more often, and so this summer, man, I'm taking no time off. And so my goal is to focus on Islam Makhachev, come out of that fight unscathed, and fight as soon as possible for somebody bigger and better.
Drew Rager. Dana Cormier has said that Islam came, obviously when he met Islam, him and Khabib came in as just technically perfect wrestlers, but now Islam has kind of become a more technical striker compared to Khabib. Do you agree with that assessment in terms of their actual striking?
Oh, absolutely. I think if you watch Islam, he has a really good fundamental kickboxing. Southpaw, he's quick, he's fast. I don't think he has a whole lot of holes. I think he holds back because he's afraid to make mistakes. And so I think he's overall a great martial artist. And when I make him uncomfortable, I want to see what kind of mistakes he decides to make.
And we spoke with Michael Chandler when he weighed in as a backup for the Habib Gaethje fight, and he said just when his name was when Islam was a possible opponent, his DMs blew up with people from Dagestan like saying like we're gonna kill you and all this stuff. Did that happen to you when you signed?
Oh, absolutely. I absolutely love it. And whether you want to see me win or want to see me lose, you're showing support to my cause, which is, man, you're supporting the fight. And so I think the American audience can learn a thing or two with these other countries, especially Russia, the fact they get behind their athletes wholeheartedly. And man, whether it's death threats or compliments, man, I absolutely love all these messages I'm getting.
And finally, what would you take away from Justin Gaethje's, or if anything, you take away from your teammate Justin's preparation for his fight with Habib?
I wouldn't take anything from the preparation, but in that fight, man, you have to wrestle these guys. You know, you can't just avoid the wrestling from these Russians. You have to engage in it, and through the engaging in the wrestling, I'm going to find my left hand.
So then, just a quick one from me. You're on a blockbuster card here this weekend with 3 title fights. When you look at that main event, I'm interested to get your thoughts on how you see it playing out between Israel and Jan Blachowicz.
Oh man, Israel's a sniper. You know, for me, I feel punching power doesn't come from body size. It comes from accuracy and speed. And I think Stylebender is so accurate and so fast that he's going to be able to find a home. And man, I honestly don't think the weight difference is going to play a factor in this fight.
Could you ever see him going up to heavyweight and still being able to negate that weight difference, or is that too big a jump?
That might be a little too big a jump because, I mean, Ngannou is also fast and accurate.
Fair point.
Drew over here. Is there a little bit of a, team versus team aspect for this? Do you feel a little bit like to get, in a way back for Justin Gaethje because Islam is Habib's teammate and obviously they had that big fight?
Right, in the beginning it seemed like this was the Gaethje Khabib too, right? But man, our fighting styles are completely different. I'm not like Gaethje and Islam is not like Khabib, so it's a completely different fight. Yeah, I learned a lot too. Team Elevation learned a lot from that fight, and from learning with failures, I'm here to perform a completely different kind of fight.
A bit of a side note, but I've noticed this happen a lot on social media. How do you react when people say, Drew Dober is one of the most photogenic men in the UFC? It's like they think you're too pretty to be a fighter. What's your reaction to that?
So getting punched in the face is a fountain of youth. And so the more I fight, the more compliments I seem to receive of how I look on Instagram. And honestly, I'm just pushing into that, just posting photos and seeing what people say about them.
Thanks, man.
Hey Drew, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm Igor Lazarov. I made interview with you by Skype. I'm from Russia.
Oh, hey!
Yeah, glad to see you. So imagine you with Islam in wrestling. He's upstairs. What do you have to do?
Can you repeat the question for me?
Yeah. So you're in Islam in the downstairs in wrestling, and Islam is downstairs. Is upstairs. What will you have to do?
I mean, this is MMA, and so he's incredible on the ground, and I definitely know this, but and I'm incredible in stand-up, but we're both mixed martial artists, and I just want to showcase all of mixed martial arts and not really focus on just the stand-up or just his ground game. I'm not going to avoid his ground game. If he wants to take it there, I can give him problems there too, and if he wants to exchange hands with me, we can do that too. My goal is to be the more complete martial artist.
You'll fight against Dagestani guys, and you're happy.
Oh, absolutely, man! Like, you guys are incredible. You guys are scary and talented, and just being able to be a part of, fighting Pakistani guys is pretty fantastic.
So you think that they're friendly?
No, I don't think he's gonna be friendly at all. I think he's gonna try to put me to sleep in front of millions of people, And if he can't do that, he's gonna try to out wrestle me. But no, I just think it's gonna be absolutely exciting. I'm here to make the fight exciting, and I know there's a lot of Russian eyes on this fight, and yeah, it's gonna be so much fun.
Thank you.
I already forgot the Russian word you taught me, though, unfortunately.
The sword was privet.
Privet.
Right. Yeah.
All right, that's it. That was it. Thank you so much, guys.
What he said, it's tough compared to Dober, but.
Yeah. Well, it's his face, it's everything, Fuck.
Just the last time we saw you, obviously, it was a very, emotional evening for you. I know it's been a lot of time since then, but give me the idea. Was it tough to start again, to kind of get back in there and jump back on this run?
Yeah, honestly, yeah. I said it wasn't. I was getting fight offers, not immediately after, obviously, but, like earlier than this, and I just needed the time to, fall in love with the sport again and, realize the kind of acceptance of like, that's probably my last title fight. Like, that's not going to happen. So there's that part, which is, kind of like freeing in a way as well. You're just kind of like, oh, well, now why do I have to do this? And my first fight offers a few months after is kind of like, well, I didn't have a why. Like, why do I want to do this? Or like, I didn't need this, I didn't need that. And there was always a why before that. So it was just about really falling back in love with it and enjoying training before I took a fight, having enough time to just enjoy even the holidays and be like, I didn't want 2 full months after, just to do that and like enjoy life. So, but also it was really about fighting still a guy at the top, and Askar was the right opponent, being ranked number 3, the highest person I could fight that's not lined up. So that was another reason. But yeah, it took me a while. It was tough. It was devastating, and it was weird. Like my first title fight ever was probably still my hardest acceptance, because I really had nothing to fall back on. I was so young, and that was like my whole life that like I didn't see it any other way. I didn't have something to fall back on. I wasn't really anywhere near like complete as a person, to the point where like that was all I thought I was worth, was being this and that. And like that was where all my kind of like self-worth came from. So that was honestly still the hardest one, being the first title fight. And even the second Figueiredo fight was a little harder because it was annoying the way that first one ended, and I couldn't control it. This one was clean, cut and dry. Like obviously you're still like mad and like, how did this happen? And oh, that was a weird shot, did this. But like it's normal things we deal with. We're like, so anyway, but the fact that it was probably my last title shot, that was kind of the hardest part. And then just falling in love with the sport again and finding like, hey, well now I just need to fight because it's fun. I'm challenging myself and proving to myself I can still fight at the top. So I need a guy at the top, and Askar was perfect.
Yeah. Do you remember the moment that was able to click for you? Because it's interesting, right? Like, it's got to be a bittersweet thing for you. Like this sport has provided you a great life. You've met your wife, great relationships. But obviously you come up short in these spots. So I'm sure it's like a bittersweet thing. So do you remember the spot that you said, "Oh, I do love this stuff, man. I'm good at it and I enjoy it."
Oh, it wasn't like a certain spot as much. It was just kind of like, it was just like a slowly back into it. Like, all right, I'm gonna train, but like I don't feel like training for a fight. Oh, you know what? Like I really enjoyed that today. And then a lot of it was just the time too. It was like, all right, well, if I am just trying to like enjoy my life as well, like I need to find like March and just like spend the needed time, holidays and all that kind of stuff. And then just the more I trained, I realized like, oh, I'm going because I like it. Like I'm not going for a fight. I'm like enjoying it. Like very competitive in practice still every day. I'm looking forward to it. And I was like, oh, like it wasn't as much as like there was oh my God, this is so cool. Because I'm grateful, every day I train and I get to, but sometimes getting in after a fight, especially after a tough loss, it's like you're doing it because you have to. You're just kind of gotta get back to it, embarrassed to go in the gym, and it's not as fun as it is, but like I have to do it because I'll probably have a fight coming up again. I need to get paid and this and that. But this was just like I was training for fun. I realized like, oh, I'm not training for anything. I'm just enjoying it. Could probably take a fight now. Like this is good. This is fun. And that was really the process. It wasn't like a light went off. I was just kind of like, all right, like I'm just doing it, and I don't have anything else on the mind but challenging myself, get better, and enjoying it, being grateful for the hours I get to spend doing it.
So you Askarov, I know you're a fan of the sport,
Yeah.
but he hasn't been in the organization very long either. So I mean, is this a guy that you would watch much of? Like when they gave you the name, do you know? Okay, here's one I'm gonna be facing.
Yeah, I'd seen him fight before. I know he's undefeated, and I was looking at the rankings, for fights. Like I said, I've always wanted to fight the guys at the top, to get to the title in between, taking on the toughest guys, and that was him. And when I saw him at 3, I was like, oh, that's cool, because I've seen him fight a few times too. I think we were on the last card together. I saw him fight people that I watched closely, like Tim Elliott and Brandon Moreno's fights, and he fought them on his other 2 fights. So I'd already seen him and been a little familiar with him as well. So the fact, just the ranking, the skill set, the undefeated record was like, oh, that's the kind of guys I want to fight. That's fun for me. It's not exciting to be like, you're fighting this guy off of Contenders or that was on the Ultimate Fighter show that you coach. It's like, oh, that's honestly weird. Someone was asking me the other day about, if they just compare the Canelo fight. It's like a boxer still at the top can take this fight that no one knows or whatever. I didn't see how the fight played out, but I remember it being like, I don't know who he's fighting. I'd be like, that'd be more stressful, honestly, because it's a fight. Anything can happen, and we know that. And it's like, that'd be more stressful fighting this guy's ranked number, 15. No one knows him. There's nothing to gain, but it's a fight, and you could so it's just about fighting the best guys, and like I said, it hit all the marks on the date, the time, the name, and everything.
Canelo fight played out pretty much like you'd expected.
Yeah,
So last thing for me, what's the career path for you now? Because as you said, this guy's a top-ranked guy. He's a killer. You're saying I still want to fight the best guys available. What's the career path? You keep beating guys like this, which you're clearly capable of doing. You might back into another title fight, not even need to.
It's funny. I kind of just let that part go, honestly. And in a way, it's weird because these are the questions I've been answering my whole career at the top. When I debuted in the UFC, I was ranked number 1 in the world at bantamweight behind the champion Cruz, and that was my first fight in the UFC. And now, I'm number 2 in another division, and it's just kind of that's been the thing forever. And even though it's still up there, and it's like, oh, I can compete. My last fight was for the title. I can compete with this, the top 3, top everything. It's just, I don't know, mentally, it's kind of just been an acceptance. That's probably my last title fight that I'm gonna do, and I don't know. So now it's just more about just the right fights, doing it for fun, taking it time by time. Every fight week offers a different experience, and a different kind of adventure. And it's kind of when I have fun in camp and I enjoy this, I'm enjoying fight week so far. Obviously, it hasn't got to the tough part, the weight cut, and everything that goes with it. But I'm just on a fight by fight basis, honestly. That's really it. It's just, hey, did I enjoy that fight week? Was that fun for me and challenging and kind of the benefits and the riches I get from competing? I'll do it again. If I was kind of oh, that was honestly just nerve-wracking, I hate cut, then I don't have to. But it's just a fight-by-fight basis, totally, and just the right opponents. I'm not in a rush now. I'm not oh, well, next I can fight the one guy, then I'll see how the title fight plays out. I'm just kind of we'll see what happens. I just can take it actually fight by fight without this ghost I'm always chasing, and it's kind of nice. It's different. I imagine it's kind of weird because I guess I don't know if other fighters think that, but there has to be a good portion of fighters that are in the UFC and know I'm probably never going to go for a title, but this is fun, and I've had my chances, I've had my opportunities, but it's kind of oh, I'm just fighting some dudes now, and it's kind of free, not thinking about anything else. Look, all this could happen, and obviously you're asking questions for it, but I'm not thinking about that. I accepted that was my last title fight. Hey, brother.
Given Askar is so new to the promotion, he's a part of the world that I think the UFC is really trying to push. He's undefeated. Is there any hesitation in matching you up from UFC matchmakers since you probably won't fight for the title and Askar is currently on the rise and they would want you to knock off their future contenders?
Yeah, I guess not, honestly, because I mentioned him in the fights. I was like, look, I still want to fight a guy at the top. Askar is is number 3, and I know like I don't want to fight for a while, so I understand if he needs to keep his momentum off his Pantoja win and all that. They're like, we'll see how it plays out. Like they weren't hesitant, but they were kind of like, I think they probably asked him before, and I think he was just willing to wait. I think maybe for the opportunity to fight me as well. That he thought maybe that could do more for him in any way. So, you know, even if they were hesitant, I think he was probably adamant about getting, you know, someone who's been in the division so long too. So, good recipe for a good fight.
Now, looking at the landscape of the rest of the division, even the fight of the year candidate, the draw, the addition of Manel Cade, we're getting all these high-level flyweights. Can you remember a time when so much attention was given to the 125-pound division? Since you've been there since the very beginning?
Not really. I mean, I think Cejudo did a very good job. Honestly, I think when it was the most was probably, you know, Cejudo DJ, even when Cejudo knocked out TJ. I thought that gave a lot of respect to the division. We think respect to the champion from another weight, from a higher weight. Even the beginning, the very first flyweight tournament was really cool as well. And I remember us being promoted as, you know, the tournament. I think like UFC rarely people like tournaments. Like that's just how like sport goes, right? And UFC is very reluctant to ever say this is an actual tournament. But that was a flyweight tournament. We did a ton of like media for it. I remember being like, oh my God, we're flying to Australia just to see if we're gonna fight here. And that was like a really cool time as well. And I felt like that was a good time as well. But now is really great because I've always said from the beginning, it's like it just takes time, like anything else, you know, for contenders and names and memories to happen. You know, when you just start and you have 10 guys, you don't have any memories of these guys to fight or any record or data really to go by. And then you eventually realize like, oh, he fought a title contender. Well, at the beginning, there was no former title contenders, so now you can kind of build on those credentials, and it's just all time. Like even, you know, a lighter weight boxing, like it used to only be heavyweight, and now it's like, you know, other weights just establish themselves. So we could never, like when John Jones came to the 2-down division, he was beating former champions, former contenders. Guys are coming in and doing, obviously not like John Jones, but there's not even a person to say, oh, he's a former contender or former champion, because it's just been so short-lived. But now we're building that data, we're building those memories, and we're building just a familiarity. And I think that's a lot what it is time, because I think the skill and the fights and the athletes is pretty undeniable.
Then real quick, big title fight in the main event on your card. Who do you like between Izzy moving up in weight to Challenge Young?
I love Izzy. I mean, he's incredible. He's undefeated for a reason. So I think it's always pretty hard to go against champions in general, but they're both champions and one's at a higher weight. Because I'm always just pick the champion because I'm like, look, they didn't do anything to deserve me to not pick them. Like they're the best in the world. And with this one, they both are, and Jan's a little bigger, but Izzy also, he's never lost. So how can I come up here and be like, he's gonna lose this time because he hasn't proven that he has. But going against a bigger guy, like you guys know how it is. Like in this sport, it's like both guys could win, but you know Izzy's undefeated. I think for a reason. I think he's going to have a bit of a speed factor, but it's going to be different dealing with big O Jan in there as well. So I'm just looking forward to seeing that fight. It's kind of cool because I think I can actually make it home and be eating pizza by the time like the main event takes place. Like that's my plan anyway. Making the order, getting it on the way home, and then like hopefully catching 3 title fights on my couch with pizza, and maybe some friends, my invisible friends.
Hey Joseph, over here. You've had several extracurricular projects take off, Dapper Scrappers being one, and now you've got your new podcast with your wife. I mean, just what's that experience like to just do that? And you guys are very invested in MMA, but that's not what you guys talk about.
Like, listen, subscribe, as a podcaster would say. That's me now. Yeah, we have a podcast, me and Megan, and it's really fun. I've realized, like, you guys probably have doing your job is, like, it's nice just to talk about, like, all we want to do is talk about shit we like, right? And then when someone else listens or answers the questions, like, it's even better. So that's kind of what it is. It's like, I'm just talking about shit I like to anybody and everybody, and you and my coaches that are telling me like I have to work out and stop talking. So I just figured it was kind of a no-brainer, but it's really fun. And like I said, we'll break down some fights. Like our latest episode out today, we don't talk about the stuff that's happening this week or the opponent. It's more about the memory lane of fights and the fight week memories and everything that goes into those. And that was really fun. Heading into a fight week is just looking back at other ones. And we'll talk about the main event that happened, but typically we talk about shit that like you want to talk to your friends about, like, hey, what have you been watching lately? You know, we go into each other's DMs because we, you know, I think modern love and couples send each other a lot of memes. So we go through those ones that we like every week, you know, stuff like that. Sometimes I get down, I'm like, wow, that was an entertainment podcast. Like that should have been on E or Bravo or something like that. I'm into reality TV now, you know? So yeah, we just talk about stuff, I guess, couples our age talk about at home, especially. Like a lot of people have just been like, you know what, I feel like I'm just in the kitchen talking to you guys. Like our good friends listen to it, which is kind of weird. And it's more like, I mean, it's not weird, but you expect your friend, like you talk to them, but they're just like, you know what, I feel like I'm just hanging out, like talking to you guys in your kitchen, and I can't necessarily talk back, but it's like, this is what we would talk about if we were hanging out in a restaurant or something. So it's fun. Obviously, I have a great partner doing it with, and it's shit we talk about anyway. So that's fun. Dapper Scrappers. I wish, you know, fans and everything was back so we could do that also. But yeah, I guess what was the question? What did I talk about on the podcast? I just started going on.
Close enough. Real quick, is there a topic you're really looking forward to covering on your show?
No, we kind of talk about it like whatever we want. That's the great thing about it is like you talk about whatever you want. It's nice answering fan questions or listener questions because then you don't have to think and it's like, oh, they want this, so we're gonna answer them. And that's always fun because you get interesting stuff. But like I said, I like talking about shit that I like to talk about. Like that is a life hack for me. Is like, damn, can I just talk about shit I like about all day? Like, is that even a possible thing to do? And like, you guys have found a way to do it, right? Like, It's kind of cool. So I'm like, it has to be a thing. Like, I just gotta find something I like and be able to talk about it all day. And so that's kind of what we do. I don't have to be like, this is what I really want to talk about. I just do it. So I'm just like, I'm gonna force this movie down someone's throat right now, and I do. And they're held prisoner on their phones there, or whatever they're listening to it on. So that's kind of nice. So that's kind of my favorite segment is like, what are we watching? Because every week it's different. Everyone's at home, so everyone's watching something different. And those are kind of my favorite segments to get one of those out. Oh, I'm also doing a movie log on my actual Instagram that is just what I watched every month. And this is an actual ranking of every single movie. You'd love this. Yeah. A ranking of every single movie I watched during the month. 1 through 10, but also them ranked in order of how much I like them. So I do that every week too, and I just realized like people are skipping through this story. Like the views are going severely down. Like, you know what I mean? Like the first one and like the last one, and there's like 3 guys there at the end, and they're like, but I realized like, dude, I was just talking about shit I liked, and that was fun, and 3 people liked it, and I enjoyed the hell out of it. So I also do that, like we're on the podcast, I only talk about 1 movie or so, but on the log, I go like, I think in October I was up to 30 in 1 month. Megan was in Fight Island for 3 weeks, so I didn't have shit to do, okay? And then now, I'm usually getting between like 18 and 20, but rank them all, so that's another thing I just want to talk about now, I guess, not on the podcast.
Real quick, best picture this year, or last year?
I actually haven't seen the ones that are going to be in contention as much. Like Nomadland is actually going down before my training after this. And I know that one, like best drama at the Golden Globes.
It's okay.
It's okay. Yeah, I've heard people either love it or just they're kind of like it's between like a 5, like best thing ever, or like a 2, and it's kind of weird. That's with stars, I guess, from like 10 and 5s people are giving it. I actually really like the movie that from last year, but it's kind of in contention this year, not for Oscars. Bad Education, I thought was really good, and then I liked like Possessor was good. What was my other number 1 movie of the year? I totally blanked on 2020 because I wasn't really getting to the 2020 titles as much. I wasn't that excited for them, so I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna not scramble in this Oscar race and just kind of like watch the movies I've been meaning to watch forever. But like a lot of the ones I liked seemed like they didn't really get the nominations. But I don't know. I think No Man Man looks like it probably has a chance to win. I still haven't seen Minari as well. Son?
I think Black Messiah is probably my front runner.
For Best Picture?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that was really good too. Dude, why can't I think of my number 1 movie? I had it. Anyway, I'll talk about it. I'll think about it.
Casey said Minari is perfect. It's the perfect American story.
Really? Yeah, I really want to watch that. I mean, I'll probably watch both of those this week. Those have been really like on my radar. So I was a little disappointed with like Promising Young Woman. I mean, not disappointed, but I was like, that was going to be my movie. And then it wasn't, but it was still very good and entertaining. I Care a Lot, number 1 on Netflix, was actually really, really entertaining. Black Bear, one no one saw with Aubrey Plaza. That was actually a devastating, really good as well. Oh, I know the best movie I saw in 2020. Here we go. Sorry guys, everyone hates me. This is like my stories. This is going down.
We're cueing the music.
I love it. And I know. I was trying to think. I was like, which movie did I like? And this one's hard because it's the best movie I saw of 2020, but it's not my favorite. The best movie I saw was of a 2020 tie was Pieces of a Woman with Shia LaBeouf and Vanessa Kirby and Ellen Bernstein. Incredible best acting trio of the year. But it can't be your favorite movie because it's just like devastating. Like it's dramatic and like to the point like you're not gonna get into it and like love it, but you just know like it was the best. Like so that's the best movie I watched, but like it's not my favorite. Like I liked Bad Education, Possessor, Black Bear, those movies. But Piece of a Woman was the best movie I saw of 2020 thus far.
No.
It's on Netflix.
Oh,
yeah. That's
just one question. Yeah. And I'm Igor Lazarov from Russia. So your opponent, the Olympics medalist, could you say a few words about his mentality, about him?
About his mentality?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean that's why I took the fight. I mean he's number 3 for a reason. I think mentality and physical abilities and also just skill set in general have so much to do with him ranking number 3. Like you don't just get a 3 by your ranking and undefeated and against the guys that he's already faced in the UFC for a reason. So like as good as he is, that's the reason I took the fight because I wanted the best guy and I thought that was who was available. So,
just one quick one for me, Joseph. After your flyweight championship bouts, did you ever consider going back to bantamweight at any point?
No, those guys just got too big. I was just like, when I was fighting, I think, I guess they were still big. But, you know, I just got used to fighting at flat. That was always the weight I thought I could fight at and I should have fought at. You know, like I would do some different things, like to fight at 35. And like those guys were bigger and still doing those things. And it just, you know, I trained with more 35ers and, you know, I'd have, you know, a problem with a general, not a general, like, you know, like any 35 pounder just because they were a little bigger. And it was just like, it's just different. So I didn't really think about it, honestly, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, guys.
So it's been 10 months since the last time we had a chance to see you fight. Obviously, it's been a crazy time for everybody. But can you tell us what you've been up to during this time?
明白吗？就是10个月了，他们没有见到你，然后也是比较疯狂的这个期间，他们真的想知道你都在做些什么。
在这个10个月里面，我一直在训练，然后，其实之前有 UFC 之前有定过比赛，但是后来被推迟了，然后对手受伤了，所以我一直不断的备战，直到现在才开始比赛。所以这10个月里面我一直在训练。
I've been always training during this 10 months. I have some fights scheduled in between actually, but my opponent has injured and then the schedule is like different. So, but I've always been preparing for the fight.
Has it been frustrating at all to not be able to fight? Because I feel like there was a lot of momentum in his career that's kind of been halted during this stretch.
他说对你来说你有没有感到沮丧？因为你是一直想要往前冲的，在这个职业的这个阶段，那对你来说这个赛事的这些变化有没有影响？
对，就像在现在这个特殊的时期是没有办法，知道 UFC 也很困难，所以我比较理解 UFC 吧，所以如果有比赛的话，我还是想打，所以我答应了这场比赛。
Yeah, so he totally understand how difficult the UFC has gone through, and he really appreciated the fights coming out for any fight that he won, and then he understand like how hard it is to do it.
So what about this matchup with Kyler? He's fought more established names before, so was it frustrating at all to have to fight maybe kind of a lesser name, or is it just important to just fight anybody?
他说就是对你开了Phillips这个比赛，你心里的感觉是因为以前你都是打一些比较排名的或者是名气大一点的选手，然后新的对手对你来说可能会是就是小一点的角色，你觉得会失望吗？
没有，我觉得就是因为你作为有排名的选手，你不一定只能打有排名，你也可以接受就是像没有排名选手的挑战，所以。我也是从没有排名打进排名，就这样。我觉得，因为我还有很长的职业生涯要走，所以我肯定要打很多没有排名选手和有排名选手，无所谓这样。
He felt he has a long career to go, so he definitely would face everybody with ranked, not ranked, and also he is coming through this no ranking and to the ranking. So everybody has to go through this, and he's welcome to any challenge.
What does he think about Kyler as a fighter? He's kind of a newer name, but he's been impressive so far. Does he think there's anything special or unique about him as an opponent?
他说你对你的对手是什么样一个评价？就是他是一个新的选手，但是呢，表现都很亮眼。
他是那个就是他比较灵活吧，他的动作就是比较灵活，而且就是习惯步伐移动，然后比较擅长摔入。我觉得他是一个很有潜力的选手，我觉得这是一个很好的比对。
He thinks it's a really good matchup, and he thinks Kyler would have a lot of good movements, and then he's good with grappling and on the ground, and he's looking forward for this match.
Last thing for me, what's the goal here? I mean, obviously you want to win, but after that, is it about kind of making up for lost time after only fighting once in 2020? So what's the goal after?
他说你就是对你之后的这个目标是什么？就是去年因为只打了一场比赛嘛，就是赢得这场比赛之后，你有什么打算？
我想能够打一些排名前10的选手，因为我目标就是冠军，但是我要一步一步来。今年的目 标就是把进前10名。
He thinks he will take step by step, and his goal is always to get into ranked number 10, like top 10. Yeah, but finally he needs that championship for sure, but he has to do it step by step.
So, the championship fight in your division is on the same card as you. Was it important to be on the same card so you can possibly be on the same timeline as a champion and future contenders?
他说就是你这场比赛是跟你的级别的冠军赛放在一起的，对你来说这是一个重要的一个怎么说呢？就是你跟冠军在一起，这样你可以看到他们的所有的表现。然后对于你是一个想要成为冠军的人，这样对你来说重要吗？就是跟冠军在一起同一场比赛。
没有太多的感受，就是做我自己。我没有觉得跟我这个级别冠军一起比赛有什么压力，就是我觉得做我自己，打我自己就可以了。
He doesn't feel a very big difference, but he just thinks that he needs to do good performance for himself.
Who do you think wins between Peter Yan and Aljamain Sterling there on the card?
你对 Peter Yan 和那个 Sterling 的这个比赛的预测会是怎么样的？ Hard to say 呢？
我觉得那个斯大林会赢吧，因为他比较就是他摔有很强，是很强，但是皮特岩的战力、他的拳法也很强，但是我觉得皮特岩可能防不住斯大林的摔跤。
He's more looking into Sterling because he thinks he really have a good groundwork, and it's hard for Peter Yan to really defend all of them. So he feels Peter Yan probably have like more pressure on that.
One final one, the title fight in the main event between Yan Blachowicz and Israel Adesanya. Who do you think wins that fight? The main event title fight between Yan and Israel in the main event.
Okay. 就是他说那个燕还是他之前在那个什么 Israel 打的那个比赛，你知道那个吗？ So are you mentioning about Yan's last fight?
Who does he think wins in the main event? Like between
OK， 就是在那个主赛的时候，你预测一下谁会赢比赛？
我觉得阿萨亚会赢，因为他很灵活、很精准、快的。
He feels Adesanya will win the fight because we think he moves really fast, yeah, and very on the point.
So over here, we had heard that Dana says he's hoping to get the UFC to Asia. Obviously, it's only been in Vegas or Fight Island. Hearing that, are you excited that the UFC may come closer to home so you don't have to travel as far to fight?
他就说 UFC 一直都是在亚洲就是有很大的发展，但是现在呢，所有的比赛都是在 Vegas 或者是在哥德堡。那对你来说，你会不会很希望，还是就是回到你自己的主场去比赛？
我肯定很希望在我自己的家乡打比赛，但是我其实是一直在美国训练，所以这对于我来说也是很方便的一件事情。对。
He said, of course, he would love to fight at his home country, but he's been always training in the States, so it's also very convenient for him to come out in Vegas.
One final question. Coming from here in the United States, we don't get to see just how popular some of the other athletes are in their country, specifically Weili Zhang. Can you talk a little bit, just how popular is she over there that we would not see here in the United States?
他就说关于张伟丽的，就是他在咱们国家是已经很出名了，但是可能对于美国人来说，认知度还并不是那么高。你对他的这个是怎么看？
因为伟丽一直在国内训练，然后很多的一些商务活动都是在国内，所以我觉得以后他肯定会越来越有名气，因为他以后会在美国打很多比赛。这对于他来说也是一个非常好的一件事情。这次在美国比赛，对。
Wei Li is being, the first champion in China, and she's been promoted a lot in China, and she gets a lot of explosion in China. That's why everybody in our country knows her very well. But some think that Wei Li would take a lot more fights in the States in the future, and then we'll get more explosion here as well.
Thank you.
Song, since you've been training in MMA, how much have you seen the sport grow in China?
就是你在这个行业这么久，你对 MMA 在中国的发展你是怎么看？
我觉得现在发展的已经非常快了，其实已经超乎我的想象，就是很多选手已经打进世界排名了，我可能有4个人已经打进排名，一个人是冠军，所以现在我觉得，因为中国有很多的好的选手，因为以前我在很小的时候在训练的时候，很多人都比我有天赋，但是他们不知道什么是MMA。但现在这几年，张伟丽他拿了冠军之后，他的影响力也影响了很多人，所以让很多人知道什么是 MMA， 开始练习 MMA。
Saying that it's already out of his imagination, it's really fast because we have 1 champion and 3 people in the top ranking right now. And he thinks because Willie's championship is explode this industry in China a lot, and then a lot of people has attracted to this sport and start practicing. But before, when he was young, he was in those kung fu fighting school. There are a lot of talent fighters that may be more talented than him. It's just they never practice MMA. But right now, since MMA getting to China, a lot of people knows about it. He believes there will be more talent fighter coming out from China.
And do you see? Where do you see the sport going in China? How far can it get? How popular can it get?
他说，就你觉得 MMA 在中国能够发展到什么样的程度？你觉得它可以走多远？
我觉得就像现在 NBA 在中国的样子。
He's looking into
以前现在好像不太好。我说以前 NBA 在中国的样子。
Yeah, sure. He's saying he's looking MMA as how NBA is famous in China.
Song back here, just one for me. For Yan Jianhan's last training camp, I know she was working with you at Alpha Male, and I'm just curious what that was like, working with her and what you see in her potential and how far she can go.
他说之前小南的备战是跟你一起在 Team Alpha Male，他想你就是说评价一下，你觉得小南他能够发展的是什么样子？
要然我跟他在Team Alpha Male练过一段时间，我觉得他是一个非常有冲劲儿的、有爆发力的一个选手，对，而且他就是我觉得他是我见过就是女性选手里面就是就比较意志力比较强、比较坚强那种。对，我看过他的比赛，我也特别欣赏他，我觉得他可以成为下一个冠军。
Yeah, he's been training with Shauna for a while at Team Alpha Male, and he thinks that Shauna is a really explosive, a kind of fighter, and that he thinks Shauna is also a very strong-minded female fighter, probably the best he's seen. And then he really looked into Shauna could get a championship.
Thank you.
Sorry. They were calling me. I did a question in red. My apologies. Sorry, Sam.
Askar, you've already fought some very recognized names in the UFC, but does this feel like maybe the biggest fight that you've had so far?
И уже с хорошим пацаном Blachowicz. Если честно, сейчас уже на твой взгляд, это самый лучший соперник в твоей карьере.
Самый лучший соперник Александр тоже один из лучших соперников, который дрался. Насчет Benavidez, я не думаю, он настолько силен, точно.
So far in my career, I believe the best opponent that I ever faced was a Pantoja. Pantoja is the best, but if you're talking about the more famous guy, yes, maybe this is more famous. I still, you know, if you ask me, I put like Pantoja on a higher level as a fighter's skills, and you know, he is in the prime right now.
Joseph, of course, has been around for a long time. Is this somebody that he had watched fight before coming to the UFC? Would you consider like a fan of him at all?
Benavidez уже долгое время дрался в UFC, его немного известно. До того, как попасть в UFC, ты смотрел его бои, вообще нравится тебе его бои, как ты к нему относился?
Да, я смотрел его бои, давно следил за ним, когда я вообще даже не дрался в UFC. Даже когда вообще не делал бои, но следил за него, даже не думал, что с ним придется драться. Ну, вот видишь, а Benavidez, я могу сказать, он очень крепкий, стойкий такой же крепкий. Могу сказать, сейчас пришло мое время, и я буду драться с ним, как сказать, сломаю его, буду драться за пояс.
Well, of course, you know, I was watching his fight, you know, I was following his career even before, not even UFC, but MMA at all, you know, when I was like used to wrestle, when I was in a wrestling, I used to watch his fights, and you see the life, how it turned. Right now I'm facing him, I have to fight him, and he's a tough guy, he's a very tough opponent, but you know, I'm looking forward, you know, to dominate the guy, to finish him, and then the only thing I see is the gold, is the belt.
I was going to ask, I mean, this is a big name. Does he feel like this is a #1 contender fight? I mean, should he have to do anything else? Or if he wins, does he believe the title shot should come back?
Если ты его сейчас победишь, это уже гарантированно, у тебя будет следующий бой, или тебе нужно еще что-то, кого-то победить?
Я, честно сказать, там, я заслужил за пояс давно, когда я выиграл Александр тоже. Насчет сейчас фигурера Марина. Я дрался с Мариной, у нас раздельным решением выиграл Марина, ничья была у нас. Я хочу сейчас с ним после того победителя драться. Если выиграет фигурера, но я все равно хотел подраться с Мариной.
Well, I believe I deserve the title shot even without this fight. You know, I had the fight like in my first fight in my UFC debut. I fought Brandon Moreno, and in that fight, you know, we had a split decision draw. I believe there was a split decision draw, and to face. I mean, for me, if you ask me, like more sportsmen, more interested to face Brandon Moreno once again. You know, but I will be looking, you know, for the winner of the rematch with Figueiredo and Moreno. So if Figueiredo wins and keep the belt, I would like to fight him. If Moreno wins, I would, love to fight Brandon Moreno again. But once again, I want to mention, when I get this belt, and even Brandon Moreno not going to be, the champion at the time, I want him to be the first contender.
Very nice. So then last thing for me, obviously the title is his plans. What's the goal here? Is it just win, however it takes, and the title shot should come, or does he feel like he has to do something to make a statement where people are calling for him to fight for the title?
Вот этот настоящий гость Benavidez. Вообще твой, как ты на это смотришь? Тебе надо просто его выиграть другим путем, или тебе нужно что-то такое показать экстраординарное, в том, что номинировать, как ты настроен?
У меня настрой с Benavidez'ом просто выйти, подраться, нокаутировать всем, как обычно, как остальные бои.
Well, I always, when I'm walking out to the cage, I'm always walking out just to fight, and if I see the opportunity to knock out, I knock the guys out, If I see the opportunity to submit, I submit the guys, but, the main thing is just to walk out in the fight and leave everything in there. So with the Benavidez, it's going to be the same thing. I'll try to come out and, finish him, knock him out.
Askar, can you explain exactly how deaf are you? Because I've read that and it seems like there are different reports just how much he has.
У меня 70, другое ухо 40, вот так я слышу плохо. Я когда слышу, с аппаратом хорошо слышу, так.
I'm deaf on the one side is 70, on the other side 40% of the ear. I can hear everything with the device. In my ear I can hear, but other than that,
I know it must be very stressful between rounds during the fight, and it's very difficult, and you want to hear your coach. Can you tell a story of a time where he really wished he could hear his coach in a fight, but he could not?
Во время боя я уже привык, я уже не первый раз дерусь в клетке. То, что надо сказать, они между раундом говорят, что вот так тренерам между раундом говорят, что как.
Well, I'm not the first day in the sport, I got used to it, I got used to it, and all the instructions and the advices that my coaches usually give me before the fight and between the rounds, between the rounds they give spirit.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Yo.
Yeah, we're covered those guys.
So, obviously, you know, got a moment, been doing pretty well for himself in the UFC. I mean, just talk to me about the matchup.
It's a sweet matchup, man. It's definitely a challenge for me and a challenge for him as well, and I can't wait till Saturday. We'll go in there and have some fun.
What's impressed you the most about his style and what he's done so far?
I mean, he's just another body. He's a guy with some power. He's got some good power with a good team. But I just think I'm going to go in there and just take him out whenever I can.
It's a big night for the weight class. I mean, the title's on the line same night. Just what do you think about that fight between Sterling?
Man, that fight is that's a good one. You know, like we're gonna see if Jan's wrestling is really on that level to cope with Aljamain's grappling as well. So, and it's gonna be a test for Aljamain's striking as well. So I think that fight is going to be it's gonna be a good one.
You got a pick for that?
Man, I don't know, but I'm gonna have to go with the champ just because he's pretty good.
If they were to say, hey, you know what, something's going on, how do you feel about if they were to call you up for the main event? Or sorry, for the title fight?
That's the whole plan from the beginning. It's exactly where I belong, and definitely feel like it's just something that I feel like belongs, you know. But once I get that, it's just gonna be fun from there.
Will you cut that little bit extra just to make sure you're on the championship weight?
Yeah, I've made championship weight before, so it's not something that's new to me. So it's gonna.
Thank you.
When you're looking at your opponent, when you break him down, what dangers are you preparing for out there, and what are you expecting from him in this fight?
Just like anybody else, you got to make sure that you can cover. A lot of it's distance. A lot of it is being out of the way and just putting the pressure on it. You know what I mean? You can't sit back and just wait and think it's going to be all right. You got to be ready to counter, but you got to put some pressure. And I do best at that. I think my styles are they match up too good for anybody. And I feel like I have different speeds. I have different styles that is not just physical but mental as well. And the aspects of my game is on a different level.
I know you fought before, I believe, on Fight Island, but here you are fighting again with no crowd. Are you the kind of person that really gets amped up when you have the crowd out there sort of supporting you and acknowledging when good things happen in the fight? Or are you looking forward to get in there and just being able to hear your coaches and just kind of have the solitude just to fight?
I don't really care. I think it's everything that happens, COVID, whatever. I love that feeling, you know what I mean? Bringing the audience back, that feels amazing. It's good to have that spirit and energy in there. But whether there's, whether I'm by myself, whether there's one person watching or a million people watching, I'm going to perform the same. And that's what I do, is just being me and being authentic. That's Kai Matrix, and it's gonna shine on those days.
If you get a good solid win here, where do you think that will put you in the division?
Again, same thing. I don't really care. Whoever they put in front of me, it's going to be fun to take them apart. And I feel like this next segment of my life is just going to be a big leap, big steps, and a lot of big things coming. So whatever happens, I am going to perform the best of my abilities and be ready and take those opportunities. Every moment, every fight, whatever I get with it, whatever cards I'm dealt with, I'm going to make the best of it.
Do you have any goals for how many times you're hoping to get in there this year?
Hopefully 3 to 4 times. That would be awesome.
Good luck on the fight.
Appreciate you.
What's up, man? What's up? After your last fight,
you again? Look at that. The jacket.
just flying around. After your last fight, you seemed pretty eager to get back to Fight Island. It seemed like you enjoyed yourself out there. Did you try to get on that earlier Fight Island card in January, or did this Vegas card just line up and it was just timing for you?
I was trying to fight in December. I think I was going to fight Eddie Wineland. And then I had another matchup, but I wasn't sure exactly who. But I stayed ready, and some things happened, and I just stayed ready. So I got this fight. Good call, top 15 opponent. And it's the same thing whether you're fighting, you know, whoever, whether you're amateur, wherever you're doing, it's like you got to have that, the same mentality. It's not, nobody's going to be a pushover, you know? All right, shout out to Tunogo Sports, my fan out there, MMA Lab. See Marcus over there. Yeah, Zolinos was good.
I need to get in between the two of you. So am I on your screen now? This camera? Yeah. So tell me when it's not on your screen. Is it on your screen?
Yeah, but it's literally just the top.
Dober. Definitely the biggest of the year so far, so I'm excited.
Does that add extra pressure onto you, knowing that you're competing alongside names like Israel, Adesanya, Elliott, names like that? Does it add pressure to you?
No, it doesn't add any pressure. It makes me more excited. I feel like I've been around big names. I've been in this sport for 12 years. I've been out here in Mexico, and that's some of the biggest names in the sport come from out of that town. And I've seen them, watched them train. So no, it doesn't add any pressure or nervousness. It makes me more excited.
We'll move on. How has preparation been for you for this fight? I mean, it's a weird time for everyone trying to get ready for fights. The pandemic's obviously still going up and down and all that, but for you, for this camp, how's it gone?
Well, this fight initially was supposed to be January 16th, but I got COVID, so that was a bummer. I'm 100% down. It's been a good 9 week training camp, and I'm ready to fight, honestly. It's been 6 months since my last fight. I usually don't like to take that long in between fights, so I'm ready to go.
How was the COVID experience for you?
I had mild symptoms. It was only rough for about 2 or 3 days. Most annoying part is I had a headache that didn't go away for like 2 or 3 weeks, and I lost my smell for like 6 weeks. But other than that, I'd say I had mild symptoms.
Funny guy, Tim Elliott. So he's been around this sport for a long time. He's something of a legend, really. You said you don't feel the pressure of fighting alongside names like Israel and stuff like that, but do you feel the pressure of fighting guys like Tim?
No, I've been watching Tim for a long time, since before the Ultimate Fighter, and you kind of know what to expect when you're going to fight Tim. He's a tough out for everyone he fights. You know he's going to be in your face. You know he's going to be shooting takedowns. You know he's going to have an awkward, weird, ugly stand-up, and I'm expecting all of it. He's a grinder. He's had longer than me to prepare for this fight, so I know he's going to be in good shape, and he's going to put the pace on me, and I welcome that.
Is that one of those mindsets you have to go into this knowing that I've probably got 15 minutes of just grueling, chaotic energy that I'm going to have to deal with?
Yeah, I haven't had a fight like that in a long time, and so honestly, that excites me.
Excites you? Is that just you enjoy the bit of the carnage?
I like chaos and I like challenges. I want people to push me because I feel like it brings the best out of me.
I mean, it's a bit of a cliche question, but how do you see this one going on Saturday?
He's in the UFC. I know for sure he hasn't been TKO'd or KO'd, so I want to be the first man to stop him.
That's lovely.
Thank you.
Phrases like "you know what to expect" is not often used when fighting Tim Elliott because he's such an awkward fighter. So, do you see tendencies in the awkwardness that people describe?
Yeah, I definitely see tendencies, and what I mean by I know what to expect is that his game plan usually in the past 10 years that he's fought is usually to stay in your face. It's usually to mix in a bunch of takedowns. It's usually to have really ugly striking and crazy grappling exchanges. I'm expecting all of that. And if for whatever reason he changes up his style and he's more conventional, even better.
Then you mentioned you were a fan of Tim Elliott even before he was on the Ultimate Fighter. We've seen fighters, we've heard fighters like when Max Holloway fought Frankie, said he watched him for so long that he knew what was coming before Frankie was even going to throw it in there. Are you expecting something, a similar kind of feeling in there when you actually do square off with him?
Kind of, but he's unpredictable in what he throws and how he throws it and where his shots come from. But I do think I have a pretty good idea of the type of game plan he's going to bring. It's not one of those things where like I was a fan and I'm fighting one of my idols. It's not like that at all. I've trained with his gym before last year. I know he has good coaches behind him, and I just think I have a good idea of what he brings to the table, and I don't think that's going to change.
Looking at the division, after the Brandon Moreno-Figueiredo draw, it didn't really seem like there was a clear-cut #1 contender moving forward. So do you think that draw was any beneficial to the division because now they can rematch and the rest of the 125ers can sort out who's next up in line?
Yeah, if not just for the division, it was good because it was a great freaking fight. Like, I think no one has a problem, and I'm in the division, no one has a problem watching that fight being run back. So I think it helped in terms of getting eyes on the division, recognizing that we have some guys in the division that have some skill. But I don't think it really put any kind of logjam in the division. All the top 5, top 10 guys basically had fights already and were working their way up. Joseph Benavidez had fought twice. And so
yeah, like all those guys had already fought each other, so why not run it back?
And finally, how do you see the main event playing out between Jan and Izzy?
I'm a big Izzy fan, and I know Jan's going to have some size on him and has some power, and I think it is going to be a tough test for Izzy, but I think Izzy is going to be too technical for him, and I mean, if it only takes one shot from Jan, but if he doesn't land that one big shot, I feel like Izzy beats him by technique. Thank you.
Is on right here. We haven't seen you for a while, so physically, how are you feeling heading into this fight?
Too good. Just have a couple more pounds. That's it. Very excited about this fight.
And what specifically are you looking forward to about this fight? Is it Drew Dober, the opponent, or is it just the fact that you're going to have another fight after such a long layoff?
Yeah, I just have to fight because I lost fight in 2019. Now it doesn't matter. I have to fight because almost 2 years I am not fighting.
And what do you make of Drew as an opponent? He seems very excited to test himself against you. He says that not many people in the division want to fight you. He's looking forward to the challenge. So what do you make of him as an opponent?
He's tough, you know. When they give me Drew, he's 15, but now he's not in the ranking. I think he's number 16 now. I know him because I was fight with him in 2016. I know him a lot. But he have good striking, good condition. But I think I have more than him.
He praised your striking from your past fights, but he's very aware that he'll probably have to wrestle you when you do fight. Is the path to victory that simple, to wrestle Drew Dober to a victory, or do you just take the fight as it's happening?
Honestly, I think this is easy way for me. I take him down, control. I think his wrestling game not so good.
Finally, a lot of people compare you to Khabib. Obviously, Khabib has said you should be considered in that top 5 when they're talking about Poirier, McGregor, Chandler, and everyone. Daniel Cormier, the same thing. But do you think it's important at all to kind of forge your own path so people start thinking of Islam as his own fighter rather than Islam Khabib's former training partner?
I think after this fight, if I finish Drew, it's gonna be everything is gonna be changed because this is it's gonna be 7 fight win streak, and in my division, not a lot of people have win streak like this. That's why I think another next round they're gonna give me some guy from maybe top 5, top 10, and I'm gonna show us my skills.
Islam, is there anyone in the top 5 or top 10 that you think already that you'd like to fight next? Or do you not let yourself think that far ahead?
Now maybe RDA because we also lost my opponent, but we cancelled fight 2 times. Maybe RDA, maybe Whispering there, maybe Tony. I don't know. Honestly, doesn't matter. But if somebody from top 5, I will be happy.
Obviously, Khabib has said that you're the future champion, and I'm sure you appreciate that compliment. But do you ever think, maybe I'd like to take it slower, maybe I'd just like to sort of forge my own path and get better as I evolve, or do you think you need to be fighting for titles soon?
I just need a couple more fights, and that's it. And now I think I'm ready for everybody, because all my life I'm training with champion. That's why I think nobody give me problem from that.
Just a question outside of your fight. In the main event, Israel Adesanya versus Jan Blachowicz. How do you see that fight going?
Oh, this fight very interesting for me. But I think both guys striking, they have very good striking. I think Adesanya have a little bit more, like 55, sort of 45.
Islam over here to your right. You're from Dagestan. It's not a very big place, yet there are an incredible amount of fighters coming out of that region. Why do you think that is? What makes Dagestan special?
Because Dagestan, when I was young, like I have to training because I have to. In Dagestan, everybody have to be strong because I don't know. Everybody training there, they love sports. Now they love all kids love MMA, but before we have like now too, but before everybody like wrestling, judo, but now everybody wanna be like Habib. That's why now we have a lot of fighters, but nobody know these guys. But we have a lot of fighters.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you. So you and Habib are kind of like the first generation of fighters coming from Dagestan. Are there younger guys coming up after you, like maybe even better than Habib and you?
Yeah, I think so, because MMA improve every day. In Dagestan, we have now a lot of very good gym, a lot of coach. That's why I think a lot of guys coming up.
Thank you.
Following up on this question, why do you think Dagestan has produced so many fighters? What do you think specifically?
Because they love sports, if you come to Dagestan and go to the old gym is full. A lot of people training. That's why they have inside the gym like competition all the time. That's why we have many good fighters, like good wrestlers, good guys from judo, like many sports.
You said MMA is getting more popular, but you said before it's still kind of a combat sport mentality over there with the kids, with the wrestling and everything. You said now that MMA is more popular, but even before that, it seemed like, from what you said, the kids, the growing up were into combat sports like wrestling. It wasn't, so MMA is not too new of a thing.
До ММА тоже там ребята занимаются борьбой, все такое, что сподвигало их, сейчас ММА, там, промоутер, а раньше что двигало?
Because we have a lot of Olympics champions from wrestling. That's why I think. From judo, from wrestling, but I think wrestling number one. Like around the world, everybody know in Dagestan have number one wrestling. That's why a lot of wrestlers from another country come to went to Dagestan to training camp. Like Dagestan wrestling another level.
Thanks.
So, can you talk about the first time you met Habib? Because you guys were teenagers, right? You were very young.
When I was young, like school, we went to school together. He older than me 3 years. I remember them, and we went to training together. Like first we go some Wushu center, we're training there. And I went to training wrestling. He training with his father a couple of years. And like last 15 years now we're training together.
How much is he still in the gym training with you guys? Obviously he's retired, but how often is he still sparring, wrestling, and everything with you?
He still complete with everybody. He did spar, wrestling, grappling. He's good shape, but his weight now big. But he always training. Doesn't matter where he go in other country, but he training everywhere. Because he loves this.
Thank you.
In the middle.
Guys, hear me all right? Cool. All right, by now, everybody's probably familiar with our recognition program under our anti-doping program. 25 perfect tests, and now many athletes achieving 50 perfect tests. It's absolute perfection under what is widely recognized as the most comprehensive anti-doping program in all professional sports. And I'll be honest with you, each time subsequent achievement comes along, we have some internal debate discussions. Do we continue to do this publicly in front of the media, or as the public recognition run its course? But as you know, UFC athletes who have reached the 50-time perfect test plateau are the who's of UFC athletes. I mean, they're literally, you look at who's reached 50, they're all legends, they're all future Hall of Famers, they've all fought and been champions and continue to fight at a championship level, and Dominick Cruz is no exception to that. Safe to say a future Hall of Famer, certainly in the discussion for GOAT status in the bantamweight division. This program was put into effect in mid-2015, and he actually re-won the belt in 2016, a year later, being in this program. Defended the belt once, actually won the belt against someone who ultimately wasn't compliant with the program. And when you combine that type of career that Dom's had with the body of evidence we now have, 50 unannounced random tests over 6 years, that's something that's truly special. To combine that type of career with the type of program that we have is not only unique and rare, but I would venture to say non-existent in professional sports. You do not see athletes in GOAT discussions and other professional sports have this achievement behind them through this body of work. I've said many times, this program is not as simple as waking up every morning and saying, I'm not doing steroids, EPO, or growth hormone today. Throughout the day under this program, our athletes have to make multiple conscious decisions. Everything they're putting in their body, everything they rub on their skin, medical procedures they have to do, they have to check these out ahead of time. And Dom's done that for 6 years. So the answer to the question in our internal debate, do we keep publicly recognizing these athletes as long as they come along with the credentials of someone like Dom? The answer is, hell yes, we do. As long as this program stays at the elite level in professional sports, we will continue to recognize these special men and women. So Dom, on behalf of Don and I, who run the program, on behalf of the UFC, we'd like to recognize you with your 50-time jacket. This symbolizes excellence and doing it the right way. You lead by example not only for UFC athletes, other MMA athletes, but really all professional athletes. And so we recognize you for this, thank you for this, and congratulate you for this. Appreciate it, Maria.
Thanks, man.
Any questions?
I'll search your picture.
Can you spin around? Is there something on the back? Is there the back side of the jacket?
I don't know. You see? And then the side is tested.
In high school.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
You guys. You go on.
You're right.
John, Professor, back to another fight. How are you feeling as we're just a couple of days out?
I'm hungry, but I'm good. I'm on point. I'm on track.
Are the weight cuts getting harder the older you get, and perhaps even more infrequently you're able to fight?
No, actually, this one was really easy. You never know. Each camp's different. It really is. But this one has been very good to me.
I think when this fight was announced, it came as a bit of a surprise to some people because I know prior to the Cejudo fight, you kind of really wanted the top level opponent to step back in there against Casey was a young prospect. He's not quite at that level you previously wanted to be linked to. What was it about this fight that made you say yes?
Well, I never really mentioned anything about being linked to a certain status. I don't know really what status he is or isn't to you. That would be an interpretation by you. But to me, Casey Kenney's the best of them all.
What is it about him that makes him that good?
Well, he's well-rounded. He's a black belt in judo. He comes from a grappling background. He trains with John Crouch out in Arizona. And he started with his grappling, then added the judo and stuff with it. And then as he's improved, he's on a 3-fight win streak, and his striking has been improving too. He just beat Nathaniel Wood, who has a good striking base first. So coming from a grappling background and beating a striker, he's improving in that aspect as well.
He was out here earlier and he was complimentary. He said he grew up watching you and respected you, but he did say he didn't think he'd seen much advances from yourself in your game over the past 5 years, perhaps. Do you disagree?
Again, that would be his interpretation, and he's allowed to have it.
He also mentioned that he didn't want to give much tactics away. He did look at the Cejudo fight. Cejudo had a bit of success with some leg kicks in that fight. He sort of thought that it would be almost ridiculous for him to not take something from that. Have you had to change anything in your training, or do you think Cejudo wasn't having as much success as it could be interpreted from viewing it?
Yeah, I mean, they attacked the legs early, and you have to adjust. And when the adjustment was made in the second round, you know, there was a third round coming with the second left. It got stopped. So, you know, you might have seen the adjustment be made in the third round, but for them to say that they watched the fight and they got a read on the leg kicks, okay, so that's okay with me.
If I recall correctly, I was there in Jacksonville, and I think after the fight you did an interview where you said that you should have perhaps been a little bit more aggressive earlier in the first round, took a little bit of time just to sort of get into your rhythm. In training, is that something you've had to work on in sparring, where you have to come out more aggressively, or do you think that's just a lesson you learned from that fight and you'll be able to apply that instantly in the next one?
Well, realistically, it's hard to say all this stuff because it sounds like an excuse, but it's not. It's just answering your question. I had about 12 sparring sessions leading into that fight. Henry had, 3 months to prepare. It was supposed to be Aldo. They shut down the borders, so I got an opportunity on 6 weeks' notice after a 3.5-year layoff. I sparred, like I said, a handful of times before that, so I didn't have a lot of rounds under my belt. That was part of it. The other part of it is, this is a completely new setup leading into a fight. I come from the days where it's just you show up to one room, you warm up for about 2-3 hours sometimes. You're just kind of hurrying up and waiting. You're sitting there actually for a while before you go out to your fight, and waiting for all these fights after fight after fight. You have plenty of time to warm up. Jacksonville, they put us in a room at the hotel, and that was actually the warm-up room. The warm-up room was not at the Coliseum or whatever you call it. And I didn't really make that read because I'd never been in a COVID situation before. It was the first athletic event in a lockdown situation. So I was kind of taking it on a whim, and I did not warm up the way I normally warm up for 25 fights, 23 plus fights. I did not warm up. So I didn't get the warm up I needed, and the adjustment is to make sure I get the warm up I needed. Since I was a kid, the coach always says you should be walking out, like you already had your first match when you start the match. I'll be able to do that this time. I'll be prepared, and I'll be warmed up, and I think that's the key to starting fast in the first round.
I know that you say these aren't making excuses, and I'm not accusing you of that. You did allude to, there's a second round, you got taken off you. Have you had any conversations with the commission to perhaps avoid having Keith Peterson refereeing your fight?
Yeah, I made the request, and you hope that the commission can honor your request, but when it all comes down to it, they run things, right? They have control over everything. Mark Ratner alluded that he was able to make that possible for me, and it's not that I hate this guy or anything. This is a business thing, and I did not feel like was doing his job. So there's plenty of reps. I've never had an issue with any other rep in the history of my career. Before the fight started, I had a situation with him before the fight started in the locker room. So that's what makes me stand by the fact that I prefer another ref.
I'm surprised that someone has to sort of get that done for you. I would feel like as a fighter, you should be able to say, I feel uncomfortable. Maybe not, I'm more comfortable with this guy, but you should be able to say to the commission, I'm uncomfortable with this particular person coming up a different one. And I feel like they should just oblige that request. I'm surprised that it's a process that they could turn down.
It's a very good point. I mean, there's a lot of things in life that we don't have control over. Pretty soon you're going to have to take a vaccine to travel in a lot of people's lives. We have no control over that either. So there's a lot of things that are shifting in the world that we don't have control over. You can just do your best to trust the process and hope that surrender to the things you don't have control over. When it comes to the commission, each commission in every single various state has their own set of rules. You can only reach out to each commission and hope that they hear you. But when it comes down to it, they run the show. We really, as fighters, we don't really have much we can do. They're a separate entity from USADA. They're a separate entity from the UFC, and they're a separate entity from every other state, each commission. So you just cross your fingers with each commission and their rules.
And last one from me, I'd just love to get your take on it. Your analytical brain is so well known. This main event on Saturday night, it looks like it could be a classic. How did you see Israel versus Yan going down?
I mean, these guys are two top contenders. You can't take anything away from them. They're pretty awesome to watch. Aljamain Sterling has made leaps and bounds in his own adjustments in his career, and that comes from after losses, making adjustments and showing up different. Yan has shown to be able to switch stance, and after losing a round against Aldo, getting his leg chopped down, he was able to switch to southpaw and finish an Aldo, which is a pretty amazing adjustment. So I look forward to watching the two competitors, and I'm more looking forward to me getting in there and doing my job.
Given yours and Casey's connections to Tucson, did you ever have any interactions with him before you got to the UFC?
I have seen him one other time at another event in Tucson, and it was peaceful. There's no issues.
What did you make of his last performance against Santana? Were you impressed with the fight? Like after that fight, did you view him as a possible next opponent?
I don't really make these, like, I don't know. I mean, you hear a lot of guys like, I choose that, I choose. After my last fight, I just got, it forces you to get right back to focusing on yourself, staying present with you and making your own adjustments after a loss. And then I've lost 2 title fights in a row right now. So I wasn't really looking at any specific opponent for any specific thing because, you know, when you're losing, it's kind of like, just kind of get in there, right? I mean, why go too far ahead? So Sean Shelby gave me a guy on a winning streak, and am I going to argue with the matchmaker? I'm just going to, after my last, I got an opportunity in that title fight. It did not get executed the way I wanted. I felt very gifted and honored to get that opportunity to fight for the title. So after that gift, just show up, do your job, take the fight that's given to you, shut up, and go.
Did it matter at all to be on this card specifically, given there are a few other bantamweight fights and you can kind of all be on the same timeline moving forward, or was it just timing it happened to be on this card?
Yeah, it was just timing. I just wanted to fight in the States was my main objective. I prefer to not fight out of the country, especially in a time like this.
Are you happy it's 3 rounds rather than a 5-round preparation?
Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. You'll hear that from all fighters. It allows a sprint pace, so I can keep a different type of pace it allows. It just changes the pace of the fight realistically. 15 minutes is only 15 minutes of fighting. It's not that bad.
Looking at the title fight, the bantamweight title fight, Aljamain said that Jan has to beat him to legitimize himself as the champion because his quote is he beat up 2 old men in his last 2 fights. And to be a legitimate champion, he has to be a young lion like himself. Do you agree with that assessment of Peter Yan having to beat Aljamain to become a legitimate champion?
I believe you have to defend the title. Has he defended the title?
No.
I mean, I don't think that there's one to become a legitimate champion. I can just say this, as a champion who's had the belt, defended it, and had it for a very long period of time. And at one point, I cleaned out the division, being I faced everybody in the top 5 and had beaten them. That's not easy to do. And when you can do something like that, Usman's done it. John Jones has done it. There's a handful of fighters who've done that. It has been done. It doesn't make you a legitimate champion, but that's the real answer to stuff, is how can you win the belt and defend it multiple times, more than once even sometimes. I defended it once after I won it from TJ even, and so you got to defend the belt. I do believe that, but winning the belt isn't anybody's pretty close to winning that belt in the top 15 in my opinion. We really are. I fought guys that, when I was at the top of the belt, I fought guys that were number 15 just 1 year before, and they won 3 fights in a row. And sometimes you can win 1 or 2 fights, depending on if it's in a spectacular fashion, and get right up to title contention. So when you look at rankings, if I'm being perfectly honest, rankings has to do with the money you're paid more than where you're actually legitimized. So what is a ranking to a fighter?
Down back here. Just at this stage in your career, do you have any specific goals right now, or is it just going fight by fight?
Yeah, fight by fight, man. You have to stay in the present moment. When you start moving to the future, things start getting ugly.
Fair enough. And I know that recently you started a footwork tutorial of sorts. Just like, what was the inspiration behind putting that together?
I think it's important for everybody, the sport, to always be giving back to it. I started this thing when it was illegal in a lot of states. We were called by John McCain human cockfighters. Like, that's what they called us. Like, that's insane to me that I was fighting during that time, and you had to. I'm fighting guys I'm training with guys that are getting off their lunch break at Lowe's Home Improvement, training with me to get ready for fights. I have to line up 5 guys in all different aspects and try to figure out a way to prepare for my fight. It's a different era. So it's just crazy to watch how everything's changed.
And as for this fight with Kenney, do you feel like any additional pressure at all, going against somebody who's unranked for once?
Like I said about the rankings, it's about pay. If he was getting paid more, he'd be ranked. Facts. That's a fact.
And one of your former teammates, Takumi Tamaru, he's making his big promotional debut at Rising 27 in 2 weeks. Just having trained with him and your analytical mind, just what do you make of him as a prospect and how far you can go in the sport?
Well, anybody that I've trained with, so many people, man, and a lot of Japanese fighters, I trained with Chinese fighters, I trained with people from Thailand. When I train with guys, you're just beating the crap out of each other, and you're in training with all the gear on, and you never know what day they come on. Did they miss wrestling day before sparring day? If they did, then they're a little bit more fresh. It's hard to tell, to be perfectly honest, but the guys that I train with that prepare me for my fights are the ones that really stick with me, because they're part of the journey that helps me get to where I need to be, So I have all the best for everybody I train with, because I've never had ill wills with any of them. And I respect all the fighters out there, because this is a tough sport. So every one of these fighters, I respect. I hope the best for them.
Of course. Well, happy early birthday, Dom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dominick, over here on your left. Out of Alliance, you've had a lot of men and women who've made it onto broadcast teams, not just UFC, but Goito, Tonga, other promotions. I mean, are you the one just giving everybody advice that they've made it, or is it just this special group that you guys have just done really well on television?
Thought about that too. I think what happens is, especially with Goito, especially with Tonga and Angela Hill, I would give them, like, I do a show called Unlocking Victory that all of you guys have probably seen on ESPN. Tune in. I brought her on, I brought Goito on, I bring these people on so that, because they're people that can work with me. And once they do that, I think that they get a taste of like, wow, this is it. I see what it is. There's a camera in front of me. And once they feel it, then you start getting the idea, like, I can do this too. I'm not going to say that I give them advice. If they ask, I'll talk to them. I'll give them some support. But Tonga did it all on his own. I never said a word. I might inspire them a little to say, I can do this because they know me personally. I'm just a normal guy like them. And they're like, well, if he can do it, I can do it. But that's what I've been saying since day one with everything, fighting too.
There are a lot of fighters, obviously they see that spot in the broadcast booth at the desk with you guys. I mean, what would be your advice for these fighters who are coming up right now and like, you know what, I want to have that for my career when I'm done with it?
I didn't really have that as an idea, to be honest. I got into that because I got hurt a lot, which is not something that I never thought was going to be part of my story, but it is. So I would say I turned lemons into lemonade, really, in order to get that position. And I did a lot of work. I worked with Zach Candido, who gave me an opportunity early on. I'm very appreciative for him because he got me studied very early in Shuto fights, which I would drive 3 hours up to LA in this little tiny room, and I would be calling these fights where I would literally have a fight card 3 days before the fight, and the entire fight card would change the day of the fight. People would be leaving and coming, leaving and going, and you're talking about, you're speaking a bunch of Portuguese names in Brazil with a bunch of guys that aren't the most known fighters in the world, to be honest. And it was difficult, and it was hard, and he built me up. Zach Candido gave me opportunities to build me up and learn there, and step by step, not to mention Fox Sports early on before we went with ESPN. Gave me a lot of opportunities there too. So it was a learning process. They didn't just throw me in the booth by any means. This has been a lot of work that people know about. I've been broadcasting on TV and doing this stuff for about, 7 years, maybe more. I haven't really kept complete track, but a long time I've been doing it. So to just get there and sit next to Rogan, sit next to these people, they didn't just say, oh, Dominick, you won a world title, let's shove you in there. It had nothing to do with that. I had to learn the game. And then the advice that I would say, if you really want to be in TV, do it for the fighter, not for yourself. Be there in support of others. I am part of we, but we is not part of I. If I'm out there just talking about myself and wanting to hear myself talk and be cool and look cool and make jokes and be the famous guy, from my own experience, I can only say that that's not for the fighter. Who's that supporting? It's supporting yourself. But if you're in that position and you're studying the film, and you're watching these fighters, and you have real admiration for each one of these fighters, like the nerd I am, that I am a fan of the sport. I'm a fan of the movements. To me, it's like a puzzle that needs to be solved, and everybody fits together in a certain way with each style. When you can come from that and give respect to each fighter, whether they're, as you guys would say, unranked and not matter, or highest ranked and matter. When you can look at everybody at an equal playing field and give them the respect that they're going out there getting their head punched in for us to entertain, then watch them, learn about them, learn their techniques and how each technique fits together, and speak on their behalf because they don't have a microphone. I've been the guy that's in there getting my head punched, and the other person who's got the microphone has no idea what I'm doing. And they say that they do, but they don't because they didn't watch any film, and it's clear. I made a point when my knees were blown out that I can make a difference in the sport for not just the sport, but for the athletes. So who can you make a difference for will be the question to be in if you want to get into this.
Dominick, you touched on it with your injuries and everything else, and I appreciate your answer. I've always wanted to ask, sports, there's always a lot of what ifs. What if this didn't happen? What if that? I guess at what point did you start maybe asking yourself, what if I had never gotten hurt?
I guess you don't really ask that when you're in my position. You kind of just got to take what's given to you, right? That's what life is about. I mean, without trying to sound all, honestly, I don't try to sound philosophical. It's just the way it is. Like when bad things happen to you, you can either keep moving with them or you can resist them. And what's resistance going to do for you in the end? So it just happened. And like I said, I turned lemon into lemonade. I found a way that I can make a difference for other people. And when I did that, it created opportunities for not just myself, but look, the sport's growing. There's more knowledge out there. People know more about this sport than ever before. DC is a very good commentator as well, and he's giving analytical breakdowns of the wrestling stuff that he's in the Olympic trials and all that stuff. Like he did Olympian stuff in wrestling. So you got him up there talking. You got me up there talking. I'm a full-time world champion. When that happens, the sport evolves, and so that's giving back to the sport.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Dominic.
Dominic, you just received the coveted jacket, USADA jacket. What are your thoughts on that? Because to even get that, you have to have a lot of longevity in the sport in and of itself, and then come out on the other side clean.
Yeah, it's pretty honorable. I'm just glad that I don't look at it as a thing because it's just how I've been doing the sport. You don't really think of it as a big deal, and when USADA makes it a big deal, I think that kind of just shows it does two things to me. It says either USADA really wants the promotion, or which is okay. I mean, that's what this world's about, is promotion, right? I mean, or it also tells me that there's a lot of dirty fighters in other organizations, in other sports. I mean, workers like TJ Dillashaw in my division, in my sport, after I fought him, so it's like they're still trying to use some people, and they're trying to cut corners the best they can sometimes, Instead, after TJ Dillashaw popped and said, I feel bad for him because of this, and we've had guys like John Jones pop and they reversed the claims to USADA. They reversed the claims on guys like other people, like they've reversed the claims and said, oh, actually, we're going to cut the sentence down, he's not guilty. Jessica Kenney, they reversed the charges, and now her name is tainted. So it can go both ways. USADA, they can blame you right away and make you guilty, make an example out of you, and then take it back, and now you're guilty for the rest of your career too. So I think it's good when they're bringing positive light to the testing, because it's not always positive for all fighters. I'm blessed that it's been positive for me, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm scared of USADA. You don't know what they could do. They could, people, not everybody's been completely dirty. I don't think Jessica Kenney is not. She'll be reinstated back into the UFC and she did not break any protocols. That's been proven now in court. So what does that do to her, that poor girl? You know what I'm saying? I'm grateful that it's gone a positive way for me. I'm very grateful for that. I look at it like, ooh, God.
Do you think there should be more burden of proof on USADA's side before?
Absolutely. Yes. Nothing should be stated until the court case is finished. Because once it's outed on media, you're guilty until proven innocent. You're not innocent until proven guilty. So it's a one adjustment that I would say should definitely be made on our fight as part as fighters. You can't be saying that we're guilty before they go through the case. It doesn't make sense to me.
Any funny instances? Because there's a lot of invasion on your guys' lives where you have to report where you are, and they can come at any time to test you. Any funny instances of being tested or whatever?
So I'm waking up at 6 in the morning, and I got the morning ritual for men every now and then happens. I'll let you guys piece that together yourself. And I'm in my robe, and I'm just not happy because it's like, come on, and it's 6:30 in the morning. You didn't come at 6:30 in the morning. And I open the door, and I'm in my robe, and I got a guy who's there to take my blood, and a guy who's there to take my piss, and I'm standing there. with Pedro at full attention, for lack of a better term. And I said, is this really how you wanted to see me in the morning? Is it, you had to come at 6:30 in the morning, you couldn't come a little bit later? Is there a possibility we could move this back to 8 o'clock or something, please? And they never came at 6:30 ever again.
So they listen.
They listen, and I'm appreciative. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
When I heard you talk about the process of becoming an announcer, throwing you into a room, and just kind of letting you figure it out, how difficult is for somebody like you that's at the top of your sport, at the top of your game, has achieved so much to kind of like go to square one in another profession and kind of throw the ego out and say, I need to learn something?
Yeah, you nailed it, throwing the ego out. But it's easy to throw the ego out if you're doing it for somebody else, right? If I'm doing it for me, then it's like, well, I should be here, I should be there, I should be at the top right off the bat. If you're doing it for the fighter, then you need to learn from the basics, right? So I focus on, I'm there for the fighters. I'm here to speak on behalf of the fighters. I am a fighter. I know what it's like getting socked in the head. So when you come from that place, you can say, okay, let me step back and know that I don't know anything about TV when I started. And nothing. I'd never done this. So I came from a very humble mindset, and Zach Cadillo worked with me and molded me and helped me get a lot better over the years. And now I know I'm one of the best, if not the best commentator in the world, especially in the sport. So I'm positive of that. And I'm grateful that the learning started early with an open mindset. It's called a beginner's mindset. You can come from that at all times. That's mastery.
How does that kind of seeing fights from a different perspective maybe help you in your continued development to break down what other guys are trying to do, to try to see it in that way, and then to bring that into your own career?
I'll be honest, sometimes it's catastrophic. It's called analysis to paralysis. I said this on a couple of interviews. And the key to being in the state of flow is not being in the future, not being in the past, being right in the present, where nothing exists and you just feel your own body and you're just there. When you're an analyst, all that other noise is constantly knocking on your door. And so it's actually a trick that you gotta, it's like a switch you kind of get to turn off. So it's been nice to be able to, that's why you haven't seen me on TV a lot, you haven't seen me doing a lot of interviews, because I've been trying to focus on being in the present and not turning on that analyst switch. I did one a month ago because you gotta make money. I'm not gonna lie. But that was the only reason. I needed to get a paycheck in there. If I had a choice, I wouldn't have done that. But I needed to make some money, and so I did it. But I'm grateful for that opportunity that I get that. So again, thank the Lord for that. But yeah, it's definitely something you got to turn off, man.
It is expensive. So.
Life's expensive, and fighting doesn't pay a lot. Now, all the time.
Well, I mean, speaking of that, it's better now than it was when you started, obviously.
It's a million times better. Listen, UFC is taking, like, I started in WBC before there was this weight class. This weight class did not exist. The UFC has leaps and bounds improved. It started with Fox Sports by Dana White and getting us on Fox Sports. That opened the eyes to everybody, which opened the gates for money to come in for us. And I'm very grateful for how things have grown. I mean, just driving here, I got picked up in my own car. I have my own meals set at my door. I got people bringing water to my door. I don't know, it's partially COVID too. I think it's really forced everybody to get their ish together, for lack of a better term, to really like get ahead and take care of us. But also, we don't have to do it. And I got my own room, I got my own bubble. It's safe. I feel very well taken care of by the UFC more than ever. They're improving.
All these things have taken place. You talked about earlier what it was like, John McCain saying it's human cockfighting. He's the senator from, where you come from. And now to where it's grown, like how proud are you to have been a part of that and to be part of, building what this is today?
Proud. It's cool. It's you don't expect it. When you're in it, you're just in it, But now where I'm at, 16 years fighting, about 20 years competing. More than that, probably. I need to write a book. It's crazy. Things are nuts. The journey has been insane.
The last thing I had for you is that you haven't dealt with a whole lot of losses in your career. It's not, fortunately hasn't happened very much. But when you fight and claw to get back into the cage. You know, it takes those 3 years between fights, and then it's a loss at the end. Like, how difficult is that to kind of process as compared to just a normal loss? If you just had a, you fought 3 months ago, you fight again.
I think what made it harder was the way it was. Like, you don't even see the end of that fight because it looks so controversial. Like, if you go to the replay, they show the kick landing, but they don't show the end of the fight. They don't show the ref pulling anybody off me. They don't show any of that. Why is that? It's not good for TV. It's not good for anybody because it was a bullshit stoppage. But that's beside the fact. It's done. It's an L on my record. I've moved beyond it. I've taken responsibility for it so I can learn from it. What's next? What's next is getting back in there, getting back on my feet like I've always done and doing the best I can. I've had a full training camp. Since that, I never got off the tracks. That person that won got off the tracks because the heat was heavy at the top. Let me tell you, I know what the heat's like at the top. It's you got Aljamain Sterling and Peter Yan staring at you, talking to you on the internet. It's those guys. To be a champion right now is one of the toughest things in the world. To be a champion ever is the toughest thing in the world. To keep the championship is harder than that.
Excellent, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Hello?
Good?
Yeah.
Tim here. Initial thoughts heading into this fight against Jordan Espinosa?
I got a question for you guys. How the hell am I supposed to follow that? Man, I can't speak, right?
Right.
Initial thoughts on Jordan. I think it's a good matchup for me. One that we've been looking for. He was training with my coach that I'm with now for a while. And he left and went back to where he's at. So I know the game plan to beat him. I know guys that have trained with him. I couldn't think about the fight.
When he was breaking you down, he was using phrases like he knows what to expect, but not in terms of techniques. He just knows you're going to come in there and he has to be ready for pretty much anything. So are there tendencies you see in his fight at all that you know you can take advantage of?
Yeah, I mean, he's a heavy jab-handed fighter. He's a one-handed fighter. He's all lead side. If I shut down his jab, he's got nothing from his backside. So the game plan is easy: is shut his jab down and crowd his jab and go from there.
No. What's it like being on a card this massive? It's probably the biggest pay-per-view we've had since 2021 so far. Obviously, the most stacked.
I mean, it's huge. My teammates fighting for a world title. That's big. I'm splitting my coach and my team. But I fought on big cards before. I fought on cards where Conor McGregor was fighting. I fought on cards where George St. Pierre was fighting. I fought on these big shows before. I'm usually the first or second fight, but even in those fights, when I was the Facebook prelim fight, I got fight of the night 2 times. I was the first fight of the night on Fight Pass. I got fight of the night, so I love it. I love the pressure, and the more people have their eyes on fights, like the better for me. I do better in high pressure situations, so I feel like I'll shine and rise to the occasion.
And then looking at the rest of the division, we spoke to Joseph Benavidez earlier. He said he can't remember a time when there have been more eyes on the 125-pound division, given the draw that happened in December and how stacked the top of the division is. So are you in agreement with that?
100%. The flyweight division is really breaking out. There was a time where it was kind of dying, and then TJ Dillashaw came down, and we thought that maybe it was going to be shut down, but it's huge. Brandon Moreno fight was one of the best fights I've ever seen. They're starting to get some acknowledgement, not just for being little guys. In America, it always seems like bigger is better. They want to see heavyweights go at it. And real fight fans, I think they want to see excitement and action, and you get that with the flyweights.
As a flyweight, what's going through your head when you're watching that fight between the champion and Moreno?
I mean, I said this to my dad right after The Ultimate Fighter. I trained with Brandon a lot. He was the first fight of my season. He got banged up. I took him out afterwards, or after he lost, and I picked him as my training partner. I told my father after the show, I said, this guy's going to be the champion of the world. And I'm serious about that. The kid is good. He's a nightmare for a lot of people. But at the same time, I fought Davison Figueiredo. I know he got me in the guillotine, but before that, I felt like he didn't feel like he was that special to me, honestly. I felt his strength, I felt his power. So the division is, it's really still wide open as far as I can see.
We've been asking everyone this on this card because it's such a big main event. How do you see Israel versus Yan playing out?
And Israel, he's a tough puzzle to crack. I don't see anybody beating him anytime soon. Love to watch that guy fight, but man, he just seems unstoppable right now.
Tim back here. I know you've worked closely with Megan Anderson in the past, so just curious what your thoughts are on the matchup she has coming up.
I mean, obviously, it's a tough fight, but when you're at the top of the game for so long and you've been at the top, there's nowhere really to go except for down. And as a guy who's had a kid, it doesn't make things easier as far as training goes. It takes time away from your training. It takes time away from sleep. It takes time away from recovery. It takes time away from every aspect of your life. So if ever there was a time for somebody to beat her, I think now's the time. And Megan might just be the one. She's a handful, man. I'm telling you, I've sparred with her. I watched her fight her very first fight in Kansas City at Invicta. Her coaches, this was before James Krause, her coaches weren't saying anything to her. I was screaming shit from the stands, like trying to help coach her, and then she came to our gym. I feel like this might be her weekend, and the strap's going to come home to Kansas City, and it's not just good for James Krause and me, it's good for our whole team.
Thanks, Tim. Good luck.
What's it been like training with James Gallagher is with your team now? What's it been like training with him?
I was a little bit leery about that. I just see the guy on the internet, but man, he's great. My wife, Jim Zani's a southpaw. He's fighting a southpaw. They've actually been training together and drilling together. And man, he is so good. And I didn't realize how good he was. First time I went with him, he subbed me up quick and multiple times, snatching my neck. And I'm usually pretty good at staying out of those kind of submissions, but he shares everything that he has. He's a great teammate, and man, we've been really lucky to have him. Me personally, I've learned a lot from him. I know my wife has as well, and I think the whole team.
Anything else? Okay.
Thank you.
Do you think it's better for you that you're fighting on the same card as the champion? Does that help you going forward, trying to get another title fight yourself? So you're fighting on the same night as Jan Blachowicz. So do you think that benefits you because now the UFC will see your fight and then like right away their fight, it sort of puts you together?
Yeah, that's a good situation, but everything depends on my performance. I need to do a good performance this Saturday.
Obviously your last fight, disappointing, but you did have some good moments in that fight. How has your preparation for this one been different from the last one?
Try to improve myself about everything. You know, when I look about my last fight, I was ready, but you know, I felt after a long time stop. So I felt my time was off. You know, because so long time. But now I feel so good. I feel 100%. And my last fight was warm up. And then now I feel so good for comeback. I believe I will do so much better than my last fight.
When you look at your opponent for this Saturday night, where do you think you need to be careful? Where does he present danger to you?
He's danger, you know. He's a tough guy. Like everyone in this division, everyone is danger. I need to pay attention about everything, and it's what I did. You know, I did so good camp. I'm ready for everything what he can bring to me. Striker, grappling, wrestling. I feel ready for everything.
And last question for me: when you look at the main event, how do you see that playing out? Do you think Israel wins or Jan wins?
It's an interesting fight, you know. Let's see how Adesanya gonna do in new division, and I think he has a little bit advantage about Jan because he is faster, he is longer, he keep good distance, good movement, you know, he move good. But I'm sure if Jan touch him, Jan can knock him out. So I'm interested for seeing.
Right. What did you make of Alexander's last fight against Anthony Smith, where he kind of really controlled him for the whole fight? It wasn't really a striking battle. So what did you make of his performance?
A good fight, but I think Smith fought different, you know. As always he fight, you know. I don't know what happened, but I felt he a little bit not confident, you know. I don't know what happened, but anyway, I think did so good, you know. He did what he needed to do and won that fight, and he deserved to be where he are.
Glover is weighing in as a possible backup for the main event. I believe you weighed in when Israel fought Brad Tavares, correct? You were the backup a couple years ago. So what is it like weighing in as a backup fighter, not knowing if you're going to fight on Saturday? Glover to share as a replacement fighter, possibly. I believe you were a possible replacement a few years ago when Israel Adesanya fought Brad Tavares, correct? So what is it like weighing in, not knowing if you're going to fight on Saturday?
I don't know. For me, I absolutely don't care. But my focus now on Rakic, you know, only about this. I'm not thinking too much about other. I need to win this fight. And I need to show the best Thiago Santos ever and defend my position. Number 2 light heavyweight of the world. And my focus on this now.
Thiago, I was wondering, because Yana obviously just got a big victory. Was it very inspiring? Does it give you more energy knowing that, you know, you guys are fighting close together and you could go home 2 victories in a short time? Does it give you more energy because you just saw Yana win her fight?
What?
Yeah, you talking about Yana, her last fight?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I was so nervous in her fight, but yeah, she won. He did so good, and sure, giving me energy, more motivated for my fight. Absolutely.
You came up from 185 to 205 pounds. What do you think when you hear Israel Adesanya say he's only going to weigh 193 pounds for this fight?
I think he know what he does, you know, and I think he don't want to lose his speed, you know. He is too fast for 185. I believe in 205. He want to keep his speed, you know, his movement. I think his goal.
Thank you.
Susan?